Oh, there it is. Wow. I cannot believe. Are you kidding me? Sorry. Oh, there it is. Oh, wow. I cannot believe. Hang on. There we go. Ah, that was so dumb. I'm a moron. Okay. I've been sitting here trying to figure out my sound settings. I was like, is it Windows? What's going on? No, it wasn't Windows. It was simply the fact that when I set Streamlabs back up, it for some reason decided that yeah, it just for some reason decided that the broadcast stream mix, the basically I have an audio channel that goes out to you guys, right? Let's go back to the webcam. An audio channel that goes out to you guys, right? And although it appeared in OBS here, it wasn't actually being used. It had the name, had everything, but it wasn't the thing it said it was. So it wasn't actually being used. I don't know, whatever. Technical difficulties out of the way. Sorry. I was sitting here talking to DM Night and Budding Learner. Like, sitting here talking to you guys, and it's just like, oh, wait. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Anyway, as I was saying earlier, God, as I was saying earlier, we have today a fun little stream. I decided to kind of try and do like a programming stream where basically we just kind of sit and program for like 4 hours or less, hopefully. The concept here, the challenge is that we're going to try and do a plug-in in like 4 hours or less. So I'm hoping we can get that done. I don't know. I've never actually tried like a timed challenge before. I've done challenges, but never timed challenges. I'm not really good under pressure. Time. Where you been? I've been sitting here talking for most of the time, trying to figure out why the audio wasn't working. Welcome to streaming sometimes. Okay, so hopefully that never happens again. We'll find out. But hopefully it never happens again. Well, yeah, all right. So let us do... See here. See if I can figure out where my stuff ran off to. Uh-oh. Food. Uh-oh. It worked. So I sort of caught it. The desk caught it. So that's all that matters. I have food. No. Fairly certain.
Fairly certain.
I'm good at what I do. Alright. Love you too. Well, it was a good effort. So today we are going to, basically it's a little bit of programming. We're gonna do a plugin, a super simple, hopefully super simple death chest plugin. Darling, yes, that is that is my girlfriend. So, yeah, that's the concept. I thought about it last night. I was like, you know, I really want to try like a plugin of some sort. What's something that I hopefully can finish in like 4 hours or less? Something super simple that has a few features that maybe I can tack on even more features later, kind of thing, right? And I thought, death chests. Those are super simple, and everybody seems to want them for some reason. Not sure why. But yeah, we're going to try that and see if I can hit my screen. There we go. Hey, look, it's a screen. I'm going to go for our... There we go. So for now, we're basically going to... Hopefully you all can see that. See if I can see it on Twitch. Twitch is like my baseline. You know what? YouTube's probably a better solution here. And mute myself. See if I can. Yeah, we can kind of see that on. Yeah, if you expand it to like full 1080p, you should be able to see what I'm doing somewhat. So, I'm the one that threw the food in him, yes. FYI, there's lag with YouTube. Okay, well, you know, lag happens. It's fine. I can't really fix that, sadly. I'm not dropping any frames on my end, basically. Shouldn't be. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not dropping any frames on my end. So, that's all on YouTube. Sorry. Alright, so, let us start the timer. This is why I have a smartwatch. Set a timer for 4 hours. Got it. Alright. Let's do a timer. So we're gonna call this thing, we're gonna create a new project here. There is an OST2. Huh. Alright. Fair enough. I'm sorry. Maybe try Twitch. I am multi-streaming, so it should be Twitch and YouTube. If YouTube's dropping frames, then maybe try Twitch. If Twitch is dropping frames, maybe try YouTube. You know, hopefully streaming on 2 different services at once. If one's going down or one's having issues, then you can always try the other. Give it a shot anyway. So for this, we're going to be using the latest paper and Java 11. So I'm actually using Corretto, which is Amazon's JVM. So in the world of Java, think of OpenJDK like Spigot and Corretto like Paper. That's kind of how I see it anyway. Corretto has like a bunch of performance improvements and stuff on top of the regular OpenJDK. So we're gonna use Corretto, and we're gonna use Paper, specifically the latest Paper, Paper 1.16.5, the one that basically I just downloaded it like 10 minutes ago. That's the one that we're using. I think it's build something. Yes. For those of you in the future, if there are any, it is, just do a quick version, Paper 540. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna do Corretto 11, and we're gonna do a Maven project, of course, because Maven. And we're gonna call this Death Chests, I think, because I'm very original. We're gonna change the group ID to me.egg82 because I am egg82. And we're gonna give it a version of 1.0.0. I don't ever like snapshots. I know they're useful, but I just don't do them. Alright. Righty. Now, I think the idea that we have for this, I'm tempted to, yeah, let's just copy in my, so just to make things a little bit cleaner, I do have a .editor config and a .get ignore. That I normally use for these projects. I'm gonna just do the editor config because I'm probably just not gonna put this on Git unless you really want me to. I don't know. But we're gonna just do my standard editor config for this, just so I can have my beautiful code. All right. So I think the plan for this is it's gonna be kind of this just generic death chest plugin, right? Is the plugin called Death Chest, and is anything to do with deadly chests? Sort of. So in Minecraft, there's a concept of death chests or gravestones or, you know, something along those lines, where basically if a player dies, then instead of all of their loot dropping all over the place, what ends up happening is it gets all stuffed into a chest. And then whoever breaks that chest, depending on the plugin, the concept that I have going is whoever the player can break the chest, but after a certain amount of time, anybody can break the chest, and then all the stuff drops or can open the chest. I'm thinking, yeah, it's a fairly common thing in like just kind of generic SMP servers. If you're running an SMP server, SMP meaning survival multiplayer, just a very standard game basically, then death chests are a fairly common thing. What if, like, hear me out, 1 in 3 items are transformed into an egg? we could add those as features later on. We only have 4 hours to do this, so I'm kind of trying to go quickly here, but basically the idea is that at the end of 4 hours, whatever's done is done, right? So if we can add that in as a feature later, then sure, we can add that in as a feature later. Why not, right? So here's the base feature, or here's the base like plugin. There's going to be no configuration, but if we can add in a configuration later, then great, right? But let's say a player dies, then in let's give them 30 minutes to get back to their chest, and then their chest is kind of free for all, right? But you have to break the chest. You can't just open the chest and grab all the stuff out of it. You have to break it, and then everything spills out onto the ground. And then the chest disappears. You don't get a free chest, basically. That's kind of the idea. So basically, super simple, but the problem is I also want it to work beyond server restart. So if the server restarts within that 30-minute time frame, then I want the time to keep going. So that's going to require on-file kind of a database sort of thing. Probably going to do a database. It just makes more sense. But that's going to be the biggest pain in the ass. So we're gonna have to do something with databases. Eventually, maybe commands, or maybe like an admin bypass, where like if you have a specific admin permission node, then you can also break the chest regardless of time limit. That's what I've got. So those are all extra features for later, but basically the idea for now, the plain and simple idea is that if a player dies, they get a death chest and they have 30 minutes to get back to it. And if they don't, then anybody can break it. The chest doesn't drop. You can't take items out of the chest. You have to break the chest, and it will persist through server restarts, the time limit. That's what I've got. So, start off with the Maven stuff, just kind of standard things. What utilities am I gonna need for this? I'm gonna need my event library. So we're gonna do. We're actually gonna go to my GitHub, which has my event library. It's called Event Chain. And I have here a way to use the event chain, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. Oop. And and instead of latest version, we are going to see what the API version is. API version is 2.1.1. And the core version is 3.1.2. Yes. And the type that we have, again, type is bucket, I think, right? That's common. Event chain bucket, yeah. Okay. So basically, this is kind of an event listener. All I'm adding here is an event listener. Very, very simple, very straightforward. I don't like Bucket's event system, so I made my own. And by I made my own, I mean I basically copied Lux's event system. So we got our properties, repositories. So we need an event listener to handle the death events. We also need to actually include paper. So We go to the GitHub, we can actually see how to include it. Go. Add in the paper MC repository and the dependency. Perfect. Excellent. And if I remember correctly, these the event chain bucket is thin now, so I think the provided scope is I'm gonna have to take a look. Let's compile it real fast. No, there's literally nothing to compile. Actually, we'll give it something to compile. Boop. Go to resources. We'll do a plugin.yml, and yeah, we're gonna have to give it like a base plugin. Let's see if I can. I can't quite remember what is supposed to go into a plugin YML, so I'm literally just gonna take it from here. Resources, plugin.yml. Name. Okay, so name. Oh, it's missing. Oh yeah, I forgot I have the little helper thing, which is nice. Let's give it a name and main version author. All right. me.ig82.deaths.dc for death chest.death chest version 1.0.0 author 82 API version author API version is 1.16 description. Sure, we'll give it a simple description. Simple death chest plugin. There we go. Super simple, very basic. All right, so we got soft depend on load before. I can't think of anything that I would want to depend on. Yeah, not really. All right, cool. So now we make a package. DC for death chest, and we'll make a death chest. I can spell, and we'll have it extend Java plugin. There we go. Perfect. Very basic plugin. And we will public on load. Click on enable and on disable. I also want this to be reloadable in case you're using something like so basically design consideration to keep in mind while creating this is something reloadable that works with like a plugin manager, because I'm using BioTools for testing this, so I need it to be reloadable through that. Basically on disable, on enable should kind of reload everything that's necessary. So gonna keep minimal stuff in the onload. In fact, there may even be nothing in the onload, and then on enable and on disable will handle all the loading and unloading of everything that needs to be loaded and unloaded. We're also probably gonna need Hikari. Yeah, probably gonna need Hikari. And well, I'll have to think about how I want to do storage. Flat files would be the easiest, but I hate flat files. But also, we're kind of time constrained, so I'm thinking flat files. Ugh. I really hate the idea of using flat files for this, but... Anyway, take a look at death chests. Targets. So if we actually look at the death chest plugin right now, what we've got is me, ig82, DC, death chests. And is that it? That is it, I think. Okay. Gonna need to add a bit more stuff to this pom.xml because there's not none of the stuff is actually being added, the dependencies that I'm adding. I had forgotten about that. So, first things first. Oops, not you. basically I'm going to copy a lot from AntiVPN because I've already made AntiVPN and it works really well. That's it. Not going to copy any of this, but this I am going to copy. In fact, I have to I'm actually going to copy from a private project that I worked on. Makes a bit more sense. 8 and 11. Really make any sense to do 8 and 11, but I will just copy and paste this just for time's sake, mostly. Because we are only doing 11 for this, but I would like to, just for the sake of time, there we go. So, basically I just copied a bunch of plugins that I normally use, which is just all of, it basically helps me build. It adds Java docs, enforces some Maven rules that I have, and adds the ability to add unit tests if I so desire at any point in the future. And then obviously the versions.xml here, which was referenced in here. And so this versions.xml, all it does is give me, so when I have some plugins here that I can use, and in these plugins, I have this, let's reload it. Oop, there we go. I have this plugin called versions. And what this does is it shows me all of the dependencies I'm using, like, for example, the paper API or my event chain here. And it shows me updates to those versions. And this versions.xml gets rid of anything that's like alpha, snapshot, things like that, because I don't want those. So if there's an update that's like a unit test framework, but a milestone like M1 or something like that, then then what'll happen is it'll just kind of ignore that as an update, because I don't want milestones. I don't want, whatever. All right, so now we should be able to compile it. Clean package, and we should be able to see, hopefully. Yeah, we created a bunch of Java docs, but what's more important, so we see me to DC dead chests, is that we see my event chain in here somewhere, but we're not seeing that. Off to a great start. Let's see, what am I missing? Versions Maven, Surefire. Oh, man. Right, I did split this into modules. I'm like, why am I not split it into modules? Moron. I keep splitting everything that I make into modules, which is not the most helpful thing on the planet when I'm trying to make something that doesn't have any modules. All right, here's where, yeah, okay. We go resources. So basically this is, this is telling me that my source main resources is a resources folder, which IntelliJ already knows, but now Maven also knows it. Simple, not super, complex. Same here. The source directory, source main Java is my source directory. Again, IntelliJ knows this, but if I ever wanted to share this code, or, again, Maven knows this now too. Fairly straightforward. So that's good. The compiler plugin is actually what does the real work here. So Maven, the compiler plugin actually does the compiling. I'm just telling it to use a source and target of Java 8, which should be Java 11 now, actually. But that may not work. We'll have to see. Templating here as well. I think I'm going to skip templating. I don't think I need it. And the shade plugin is what does the real work of actually shading my dependencies into the final jar. Shading is a Maven term for basically just taking all the dependencies that I have here. The event chain specifically is the only dependency I have at the moment, and actually putting it into the final jar file. So that's what I was missing. And that should be it for that, but let me just double check my bucket just to make sure I'm not missing anything important, but I should be okay, I think. Yeah, configuration. I'm gonna have to do some of that fun stuff later, but yeah, that should be fine. Okay. Did I not add the... sort of did. Yeah, it's in there. Okay. All right, one more time. Recompile this. And just double check the jar file. Basically, this is something that would have tripped me up later. I would have gone, what? Why is this missing? All right, here we go. Ninja Egg82 events. Okay. I am missing the API, so I do actually need to remove this provided scope here. Because I keep making thin jars out of these, which I should probably not, because if they rely on the API, then the API should be included into them. But that's a thing for another day. But just make sure that we have everything in here. So Ninja Egg82 events. Yep, okay, we've got the API in here too. How can I tell? Because I made it. That's the only way I can tell. Because I developed it. I made it, so that's how it works. All right. We got a 43 kilobyte death chest plugin that does nothing, which is a good start. So, here's how I want to start this. First things first, we need to put something in the on enable. Oh, in fact, what I really want is if I go into my... Yeah, I should see. Fast util, Kiori Adventure. You know, maybe at some point we'll use Adventure. But for now, all I really want is just a... Come on, where are you? Figure 8. I'm trying to find it. It's here somewhere. SLF. SLF? I'm missing it. I think it's in common. So SLF4J, there it is. Should be provided by paper, I believe, so that should be okay. In fact, if we go to paper mc.io, go to the GitHub, and we just go to paper again. Search for SLF4J. Issues? Oh. Oh. API. There we go. Oh, no, really? SLF4J API. It should already be in paper, which is concerning that I haven't seen it in here, but let me just try looking at the code. Oh, this because this is essentials. How did I get to essentials? Okay. Yeah, there it is. So if we look at the SLF4J API, it's using version 1.7.25. So we're going to use the same version just so we have references, the correct references to that version in our plugin. There we go. So the first thing I want to do is create a logger. For our class. And I guess we do have the JetBrains stuff, but it doesn't really matter too much. All right. So we're just going to say death chests enabled. Even though Bucket already has a thing that says like enabled and disabled, I just want to add my own. So I know for sure everything's going the way I want. Very simple, very straightforward. And we're just gonna package this and throw it into here. I probably don't have to clean, it's probably wasting time, but... Alright, so like I said, I do have BileTools running. BileTools is BileTools, LuckPerms, and Spark. BileTools is a plugin for essentially development purposes. It allows me to basically just copy my Death Chests plugin, paste it directly in here, and it just kind of automatically reloads. You can actually see it's loading Death Chests, and we can see our Death Chests enabled message here. It just reloads plugins. Every time I copy and paste a plugin into the folder, it'll reload it from, yeah. Very easy, very useful for development. It's like Plugman, but better. Easy enough. Okay, so we got our plugin enabling and disabling. That's pretty good for how many minutes in? I'm scared to check. Do I have a thing? Oh, yep. 3 hours and 35 minutes remain. 3 hours, 34 minutes. Not bad for 25 minutes. But now we have everything that we want, most everything that we want. The next thing to do is to create a package called events, and all we're gonna do is add our events into here. So what I want, I'm just thinking. Yeah, okay. Actually, even then, I think that's just too much, maybe? What if we can, I'm thinking, like, what if we can just do, like, everything in one? Yeah. Yeah. No, let's go a little bit. I was thinking, like, put everything in one file, but it just doesn't sit well with me. So what I want to do is just go into my plugins here and just copy a bunch of stuff from that, because honestly, fuck it, right? So we're going to copy the event holder class, because I made this class specifically to kind of combine a bunch of events into one class. Makes it a little bit easier, more organized. It's more object oriented this way. We're also going to include, I want to include fastutil, because Paper has fastutil. I'm thinking, be fun. But yeah, anyway, let's just get a logger in here. We're not using Graylog or Gelf. That would be far too much for this simple little plugin. And our events. So the idea here is that we're basically just creating a list of events. So hence the name event holder. All it does is have a list of events that I'm listening to in this particular class. Notice that it's abstract. You'll see exactly how this is going to work later, but basically I'm going to extend this class and I'm just going to add events into the event list. Hopefully that makes sense. And again, just kind of copying and pasting this existing code. This gives me the number of events and allows me to call this cancel event to essentially undo all of the events that I've done. This will allow me to load and unload event listeners. That's kind of the idea here. That's the rest of that's useless for now. And here we're going to create a new list, private final list of event holders. You'll kind of see what's going on here in a second. So if I make a new event holder, we're going to call it chest events, maybe? Yeah, that makes sense to me. The chest events, and we're going to make it extend event holder. And we're going to give it a constructor. And we're going to make it take not null plugin, a plugin. And it does have the JetBrains, JetBrains or IntelliJ has the JetBrains annotations, but Eclipse does not. So if somebody were to look at this in Eclipse, then the annotations won't work and it won't really compile or anything. So I would like to add the JetBrains annotations and put it in a provided scope. Again, this is for people who are looking at it in like Eclipse. And what is the latest JetBrains? I guess 2.1.0 is what we're going for. It doesn't matter because again, it's provided scope. It's not actually going to appear in the plugin itself. It's just for development purposes. And we'll once again reload the project, and we'll go ahead and just download the sources and documentation of everything. There we go. So our chest events is going to take a plugin, and the reason for that is because we need the plugin reference to hook events. And I mean, no matter what system you're using, you're going to need the plugin reference to hook events, but in this particular case, it's just a matter of adding it into the event system that I created. So what we want to listen to is we want to listen to the player death event. So we're doing that. So I'll just do player death. And in Paper specifically, we have a few death events to listen to. There's like the player pre-death event, the death event, and the post-death event, I think. Let me just double check that. Paper does have Java docs. Oh, Papar, yes. 1.16.5 R01, yep. So we look at death event. Yeah, so we have the player death event, which is, that's actually just in Bucket. But, let's see, we have entity death event now too. Player death event, player death event, player death event. I thought there was a pre-death event, post-death event. Maybe it was just... let's see. It's in the org.bucket entity package. We just look at death. Entity death, player death. So in the player death event, which I think we were just in, we have death message. Oh, that's what it was. In Paper, player death event implements cancelable, I think. Is that correct? Let's find out. Do not know player death event. Fact, for curiosity. Okay. Oop. Report that. Trying to remember. Entity death event. Yep, cancelable. Okay, so in Paper specifically, the player death event is cancelable, which allows you, it's not useful for our purposes, but allows you to cancel a player death. So say you have like a lobby or a hub, then what you can do is you can, if somebody dies somehow in the hub, you can cancel it and they won't die. I think they come back with, they don't come back, they just don't die. They never get like the, hey, you died packet. They never reduce their health below 0 or something like that, or 2-0. I think they just stay at like half a heart or something like that. I can't quite remember. But we're going to listen to the death event. It's a long tangent, but we're going to listen to the death event. And how we're going to do that is we're going to do events.add. Oops. Remember, events is actually this event list here. Events.add. And we're going to do bucket events dot subscribe, and we're going to pass in our plugin. That's where our plugin reference comes from. And we're going to subscribe player death event, the player death event class, and I'm gonna give it a event priority of high, and we have all these fun things like expire if, handler. I'm gonna give it a handler, and we're just gonna give it player death. And we are going to ignore the canceled state. So filter, we're gonna give it a filter, and bucket event filters ignore canceled. Yep. That's right, not ignore canceled. Easy enough. So basically we're telling our event subscriber here to subscribe to the player death event, pass it on to this this method here, the handler, and make sure to ignore any canceled events, but we're giving it a priority of high. That's how the event system works. Super easy. I don't know why Bucket doesn't have something similar to this. Hi, it's a Louv Naz. Hello, how are you? So, back to our player death. So on death, I'm kind of just like, as I'm doing this, I'm trying to think of ways to make this work. Nothing particularly good is coming to mind at the moment. I think I'm going to skip databases. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do YAML flat files instead. I really hate the idea of using YAML flat files because it's going to absolutely break on large servers, but we only have 3.5 hours to finish this. So YAML flat files it is. So at the very least, what I want to add in that case, the very least, I want to add I want to add a better YAML file handling, and the best way to do that is using configurate. So configurate. I saw the live stream on my main YouTube page. What's this about? So we are making a plugin, a very simple death chest plugin in 4 hours or less. Currently, we only have about 3.5 hours to finish this, so yikes. So what we're going to add is configurate, because I like configurate a lot. It really helps out with YAML configuration files. It is going to add a little bit of mess to our plugin, but it won't be too bad. Configurate is made by the Sponge team, but it works on Bucket just as well as it works on Sponge. Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. Alright, so we got our death chest event. The only thing it's listening to is player death, and it's doing nothing with it. Also, we're not actually hooking it yet. Remember that we have this class, but it's not actually being used. So what we have to do is in our onEnable, because again, remember, we want this to be reloadable. In our onEnable, we want to add our event to our events list here. So events.add new chest events, and then we'll give it a reference to this, which is our plugin. And that's it. So now it's listening to the events, but it's not deregistering the events on disable. Again, remember, we want this to be reloadable. So we go to for event holder in events. Going to do dot cancel. And now on enable, so on plugin load, all of our events get registered, but on disable plugin unload, all of our events get deregistered. So when using things like Plugman or in my case BioTools, it makes sure that everything works. When I go to add a new copy or a new thing, whatever, everything reloads fine. So now we have our chest events, and it's actually listening to player death event, but nothing's happening. So if we actually do a logger.info, and we do event dot player. Yep. Player. Oops. Get entity, I think it was, because it extends, yeah. Dot name. Okay. Yeah, name of this player. Just do died. We'll actually do died at event location entity dot location location. There we go. So now we should see like player whatever died at location. Then the location's important because we need to put a death chest, a chest at that location of the player. So if we recompile this, clean and package, and since I'm not, this is not the best way to do this, but since I'm not using anything that any other plugins are using at the moment, then we can leave everything in the main folder, where normally we would relocate all this into me.whatever, wherever else to avoid conflicts. But just want to make sure that there's nothing in here that's going to conflict with anything. I don't think so. Org YAML, snake YAML is going to conflict. Okay, so we're going to have to relocate some stuff, which sucks because it's going to take more time, but we're going to have to. In theory, it shouldn't be conflicting with anything, but in practice, yeah, it's going to conflict. So we're gonna basically just copy this because I'm very lazy, and we're gonna modify it to fit our needs. So this is the Maven relocation plugin. So what this does is it, well, relocates things. Relocating is so if I have all of these libraries that I'm adding, so let's say org, YAML, snake YAML. So all of the classes for this library are in org, YAML, snake YAML. Fair enough. Problem is Paper also has this same library, snake YAML, and it also has org, YAML, snake YAML, and all these classes. All these classes are in the same area, right? Problem is this snake YAML may not match Paper snake YAML. So half of these classes are going to be missing, half of them are going to be changed. It's going to be kind of a mess, and they're all going to be conflicting with each other. So the way we fix that is we relocate, or we change where these classes are found in our plugin. And so hopefully that makes sense, but you'll find out in a second. And go. We're just gonna remove all this stuff because this is useless to us. This isn't useful. And it just increases the jar's file size without actually adding anything important. I mean, licenses are important, but when your jar size has to be like 4 megabytes or less in order to upload to Spigot, not useful. All right, so yep, we're gonna relocate org YAML, snake YAML to me.negative2.dc.external. Let's see what else we have to relocate. Org YAML, snake YAML, org sponge powered configure8 we have to relocate as well, which is there. In fact, we are going to have to change that to DC. It's fine. Org checker framework. I think checker framework, for whatever, I'm not sure why checker framework is even in here. We're gonna have to get rid of it. Checker framework, I'm just thinking, I think it's not used for anything except for oh, it's used for configure8, but I don't know why configure8 actually includes it. I'm tempted to exclude it entirely. Let's exclude it and see if it breaks. If it breaks, then we'll re-include it, but relocate it, I think. Ninja, get you 2 events. We're gonna have to... events, okay. And again, just relocating it from, and you'll kind of see what happens here to this. Get you 2, that's fine. IO, Langan, Gantry Ref. I think that was excluded actually in... It was not. What is Gantry Ref? I'm trying to remember. Oh, it's a type. Oh, type tokens. These are for configure as well. Okay, so we need to keep those. And we're just going to... Yep, there we go. IO, but instead of IO ebean, it's Ying and Ying and IO. Hopefully my, yep, entry ref, there we go. And DC, external IO, in entry ref. Entry ref. That's all I got. Alright, so now these should be relocated. And anything useless is excluded. Okay, so we got a 759 kilobyte jar. And you can actually see everything's gone. Everything useless is gone. So we look at EA82 DC and we look at external, and suddenly we have all of our stuff. The stuff that we just relocated. Fairly simple, straightforward. And we'll see if it breaks. Let's try and figure out where we paste it into here. And it should be reloaded. Unloading, disabling, yep. All right, cool. Looks like it reloaded. So let's see if we can go to local. And if we do just /kill. Yep. Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, here it is. Chest events, A82 died at location. Excellent. So we've got our, even though I'm in creative mode, we have our death chest listener, or our death event listener. Very simple, very straightforward. Nothing too complicated here, hopefully. All right. So we have our player death event listener, and so now what we have to do is we have to basically put a chest at the location and take the player's inventory and put it in that chest instead of dropping it. So let's take a look at what we have. Get items to keep, okay. Get keep inventory, get keep level, okay. Okay, so we can take a look at the get items to keep, and we can exclude those from the death chest, because we don't want duplicated items. Should drop experience. I'm trying to see if... Oh yeah, drops. Oh yeah, awesome. So in that case, that should be fine, because the keep items, the get items to keep should be excluded from the get drops in this case. Okay, so we have the player's drops, the items that they're actually dropping on death. So we'll just do an item stack, for item stack I and drops. We'll just put that for loop there because we're going to need it later. Just give it an actual variable name. All right, so we have our item. Yeah, so we're looping through all the drops that the player's going to actually drop on death, which is fine. And we have the location that they're going to die at. And in theory, this location should always be air, but there are some cases, like, for example, when you're suffocating in a wall, that may not be the case. So there's potential here for us to be replacing a block with an important block, perhaps. With a chest. It would be better to put the chest on like the top of if that's not an air block, then to search for an air block on the Y level above where, you know, the block should be. Does that make sense? But that makes sense. Okay, rephrase. Normally, if a player dies, they're probably going to die standing in air, in nothing, right? They're probably going to die on the ground, and there's not going to be any, you know, where we're placing the chest should be nothing. But sometimes that's not going to be the case. Sometimes there's going to be a block already there, let's say like wood or stone in the case of like suffocating underground, right? Some cases, there's going to be a block there that isn't air. And in that case, we don't really want to replace the existing block with a chest, a death chest, because it could be important. It could be like another chest maybe. So in those cases, we want to go up in the world and put a chest where there's air instead of a block. So for example, if we have, you know, a block here and a block here, and I die here in this block, and it's obsidian, we don't want to replace that obsidian with our chest. We want actually to go up and put the chest on top. Does that make sense? Hopefully that made more sense. So what I want to do is I want to get the location, and I want to check to see if the location is an air block. Now, normally here's where I would put like a paper async chunk loading, but since there was a player in this location, the chunk's already been loaded, so we don't really have to worry about that at all. So we're going to do location, chest, chest. Oh. We're gonna store that in a location, and if chest loc dot block dot type just gonna go material type. I'm kind of thinking as I go here, but we're gonna do a a while loop, while. So instead of if, it's gonna be while type equals material.air, or type equals material.water, or is not equal to material air water, and we're going to do and instead of or. Material lava is the only liquids are lava. So basically, while our material or our block type is not air, water, or lava, we're going to increase the y of the location. So just look at we're actually going to clone this because I believe setting the location sets the player's location at this point. So we're going to do add x0d negative 1.0d because in Minecraft the y-axis is 0 is bedrock, and then anything above 0 is oh no, okay, so it's 1.0d. Anything above 0 is going higher and higher. So if we add ones, we're going higher. If we subtract ones, we're going lower. Yep. And then type equals. There we go. All right, so now we have guaranteed we have an air, water, or lava block, wherever that fits. Yes. Okay. And then event set drops. Oh, clear. So we're gonna clear the drops. So in this event, we have a get drops, which tells us what items are actually dropping from the player. And we don't want any items dropping from the player because we're going to put those all into a chest. And if we drop and put it into a chest, we're going to duplicate those items. So we need to clear the get drops before we send it off to bucket at the very end here. So we're going to chest location, set block, whoops, get block, set type, material.chest. Now there is a potential for us to have a double chest in this case. So basically if we set the type to chest, so let's say, we'll just get a chest here instead of, all right, so let's say that we die here, right, on this block. And we already have a chest over here. If we die here and we put a chest here, it's going to become a double chest. So that's actually going to be kind of a problem for us, I think, because what's going to happen is we're going to put the items in this chest, and then this entire chest won't be accessible. You'd have to break it. So we're going to have to figure out something. So we're going to have to basically look around the new block and see if there's any chests around here. And if there is, we're going to have to increase the Y increment again by 1. So we're going to have to look at the types around. And this type is material, not air. So if it's not air, not water, not lava, or scan chests at the chest location. Or if we have chests around the new chest location, then we move it up by 1. So we'll make a new private Boolean scan chests. Scan 4 chests, maybe? Scan 4 chests. Not null location. Do center. We'll call it center because we're actually scanning around the center of the location. So chest. So, okay. We're gonna have to clone this again because we're gonna add and subtract variables, or we're gonna add and subtract ones to the center location. So we probably want to clone it, or we want to make sure that it gets set back to its location. That's a little bit more risky, but it avoids a clone. So we're gonna go ahead and clone it, I think, or not clone it. Yeah, we're gonna go the slightly more efficient route and not clone it. It's more risky, but it avoids a clone. So we don't have to clone a new location or create a new location, which is not expensive, but it's more expensive than not doing it. So we're gonna go subtract ones. Yeah. So but it is more efficient to break out early. Is it more efficient to clone or break out early? You know what? We're micro-optimizing at this point. So we're going to just say clone it. So for int, we're only going to need an X and Z. We're only scanning on the same axis. So we have this chest here, or the chest that we're going to place, and we're only going to scan this block, this block, this block, this block, basically all these blocks. All we're going to scan is actually we don't even need the corners. Yeah, all we're going to scan is here, 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 and here. So actually we don't even need 4 loops. We're just going to do this the janky way, but since we only need to scan 4 locations, that's all we need. So center, center, add. We're gonna do X is gonna be, I think it doesn't really matter X and Z, but we're just gonna pretend X is this way. So we're gonna add X1 and subtract X2, if that makes sense. Yeah. So we're gonna add X1 and check here. and then we're going to subtract x2, check here. Again, it doesn't matter if x is this way or this way, it just, the theory matters. Add x1, subtract x2, check those locations. Then subtract x1, and we're back to the center. So add 1.0d. Oops. If center block the type is material chest, and I think we can't do trapped chat. Yeah, we can't add chests to trapped chests, which is good. Yes, excellent. Return true. And then and this is going to be kind of, there's better ways to write this code, but it doesn't really matter. We're going to subtract 2, again, going the other way. And then we're going to subtract or add 1 again. And so now we're back to the center. So we added 1, we checked here. We subtracted 2, we checked here, and then we added 1 again, we're back to the center. So now we're going to do the same thing with the z-axis. Again, better ways of doing this, but it doesn't matter. Efficiency is not what we're going for here. So now we add... In fact, we're going to go back to the center, and we're actually going to go up 1. Slight efficiency. Woohoo. Again, checking here, and then we're going to go 0.0d, and then minus 2.0d. And if none of that is true, then we return false. There we go. Perfect. If statement can be simplified. Oh yeah, doesn't matter. Okay, so now we've scanned for chests, and if there are any chests around here that we can potentially get into trouble with, then we don't create a chest and we actually go up 1 block here. That'll be our new chest. Easy enough, right? So now we have a chest. Now we have a location for a chest that will guarantee us to have 1 chest and not replace any blocks. There is a world build a height limit, but we're going to ignore the fact that that exists for now and say that it's really unlikely that we're going to hit that. It doesn't matter. Alright, so now we have a little chest location. We're going to set the type to material.chest, so now we actually have a chest at that location, guaranteed. And now, finally, we're going to get the drops that we have from the player and put them all into this new chest. So we're going to have to do get an inventory from this chest. So equals chest location block inventory. I get an inventory from a block, I forget. I haven't done this in a very long time. I'm trying to remember how to get a inventory from a block. Get block. Get block data. Inventory. Let's see. Bucket. This is what I do. If I get stuck at any point, I'm just like bucket get block inventory. Hey, look. Get state. Instance of inventory holder. Okay. State. So let's actually check to make sure that it is an instance of inventory holder, because if it's not, then we have a real problem. If chest location get block state, and actually we're gonna get a copy of the state. Block state. Nope. Because paper actually clones the state every time you Spigot clones the state, paper gets a copy of the cloned state, so it probably doesn't matter, but whatever. Instance of inventory holder. If not, state instance of inventory holder. Logger error. gonna put an error out. It says we don't have an inventory holder state. Death chest is not inventory at, and then we're just gonna do the chest location. Okay, so inventory holder. So we're going to cast the block state to inventory holder, because now we know that it is an inventory holder. And we're just going to get its inventory. Easy enough. So now we take all the items in this for loop, our items. We just do in add item, item. Easy enough. So now we have a chest that contains all of our drops. We're going to have to keep track of this chest later, but we have a chest. And finally, we're just going to do a logger and just say that we created our chest. So now we clean, rebuild, and we just check to make sure that that works. So far, fairly simple, hopefully. And we'll check our logic as well to make sure that, you know, if there's a chest nearby or whatever else, right, that we're not, yeah. Here we go, death chests. Put it back in here, replace. Looks like it reloaded, cool. Okay, so now we have on here, just gonna kill ourselves and see if that worked. Hey, looks like we have a chest here, and our chest has all our items. Fantastic. Not bad, huh? Something else I want to do if I have the time is to automatically put the armor back on too. Depending on... That's a little harder, but not doable, if that makes sense. All right, so now we're going to actually put a chest right here and see if our logic works. Hey, looks like it does. So we got our chest here, but it looked and saw that, hey, there's a chest here. I might actually accidentally combine with that chest, so it put it up one block higher. And I think all of these end up in the same spots, so it might be a little easier than I think to add the armor, put the armor back on automatically, but we'll have to see how well that works and if I have the time. Alright, so now we've got a chest that spawns every time we kill ourselves with our inventory, and our inventory doesn't drop. Excellent. So far, so good. Oh. We're gonna have to return. There we go. Alright, so now we have to have an event for somebody attempting to take stuff out of the chest, because what we want is when the chest breaks, we want it to just make sure that if it breaks in creative mode that I get my stuff back. Let's put a obsidian here. Yes, I do. Excellent. Okay, we want to make sure that if the chest so if the chest breaks, it drops all the stuff. Easy enough, right? We want to make sure that we can't take stuff out of these chests. Specifically only these chests, not other chests. And we need to make sure that only the player that breaks the chest can break it, but that comes later. So we add a new event. And now we're gonna have to make sure that the locations that we have are saved, which means for now, just saving it in memory. It's faster that way anyway, but I'm thinking, yeah, this should be fine. Private list, location, chest locations. Fact, actually what we're gonna do, services. And we're going to create a new, what is it? What do we call it? I'm thinking of something and I cannot for the life of me remember what it would be called. Because I've called it something earlier and it made sense to me then. And I thought, hey, it's a good idea. Common services collection provider. Simple as that. What this really is a static graveyard, but we're not going to call it that. We're going to call it a collection provider, but a new fancy name. Private final list location. Wrong location. Chests. Locations. Array list or set? I think set makes more sense because we're only going to have one per location. As new hash set. Set location. There we go. Didn't even need that. Alright. So now we've got our get chest locations. Chest locations. Excellent. Cool. So now we store our location. So we store it past here, because if it's not an inventory holder, then we have a problem, and we don't want to store our chest location. So we go to collection provider dot. Oops. Might help if these were static, huh? Add our chest loc. Yep, okay. Add our chest location, and that will be our new location for everything. In fact, wondering if I... No, okay, I add it. Okay, so I add it here, and then I add the drops. Okay, so now we go to check events dot add and bucket of subscribe plugin, and we're going to do an inventory something event, right? Inventory click event, interact item, pick up item. Yeah. Inventory move item event. I think Paper has this set up correctly. Tries to move items directly from one inventory to another. Yeah, okay. So we're going to cancel this if need be. Class event priority high. We're going to filter for already canceled events, because we don't need to handle canceled events. And then we'll handle it like this, actually. E.set canceled. True. Because this is only going to handle events that we know for sure need to be canceled. So, for example, E.get source okay. Source. So our inventory holder. Is that inventory? Source is an inventory holder. Would be a block state instance of block state. So our block state source inventory holder dot get location forget exactly how this works. Hang on. Filter. Predicates. Okay. So if it's true, then it goes through. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we have to return true here. I'll explain in a second. Get location, collection provider, dot chest locations, contains. There we go. Okay, so we're doing, return. All right, what we're doing is basically we're seeing the inventory move item event. So basically if a player or something tries to move an item from one inventory to another, then we take a look at it and see if it's one of the locations that we have previously. So one of our blocks. If it's one of our chests, then we set the canceled state to true. So we're setting cancel it. That's the idea. So we're going to basically do exactly the same thing with inventory pickup item event. Easy enough. So basically, if we try and pick up if we try and move an item from a chest or pick up an item from a chest, and it's one of our chests, then we cancel it. Oh, inventory pickup item event. That's not the correct event. Inventory click event, maybe? Yeah, click event. Or just even inventory event. Is inventory event cancelable? It is not. That's a good way to check. Inventory click event. So we're gonna have to do like click event. We can even just do open event, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Inventory open event. So if we even try to open the inventory. No, I want people to be able to open inventory. So we're just gonna do click event. Cool. And we're going to do, in fact, I could actually combine these with my event framework. I haven't tried that yet, but in theory, it's possible. Inventory, click event, drag event, item event, interact event. Cool. So we don't even need click and drag. Yeah, that works. Is move item event? No, it's not. Okay, cool. That should work. So now if we try and interact with it, with our inventory, then it should also be canceled. And I could combine these using the event framework, but for now I'll leave it. It's mostly fine. Some duplicated code, should be okay. Okay, so now we're gonna repackage this and test it out and make sure that we can't actually take anything out of the inventory in any way. We need to make sure that like all of the standard ways of taking stuff out or putting stuff into the inventory are canceled. Okay. So now we go ahead and just kill ourselves. Spawn. Okay. So now we've got an inventory. We can take stuff out of it. That's not a good start. We can still take stuff out of it. Okay, what's going on? This is where logging would be helpful. Is there anything here? No. Was the chest created? It was, yes. Okay. Yeah, did I get my logic reversed? Let's find out. I have a chest here. And we just put some stuff into it. I don't know. Stone. And we can take stuff out of it. Okay, so my logic isn't reversed. I didn't think it was, but you never know. Alright, so now we have some logging to do. So we're going to... or cancel. Yep. Get holder instance of block states. It's a chest, maybe? Wonder if it's... We're gonna try that as well. I think block state is incorrect. I think it's actually a chest entity, but we'll find out. Or chest block, basically. But yeah, we'll find out in a second. Let's break this and take all our stuff. Perfect. All right, and I wonder if... How many rows does a chest have? It's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There's 4 rows. Huh. How does that work? Huh. How does that work? I think you would actually need a double chest. 3 rows, 3 rows. I think you actually need a double chest because of all the slots on the bottom and also the armor slots. So we might have to do a double chest in those cases, which would be more difficult. And it also means if we do this add item, you'll actually see the return value of this item is a hash map, and it tells us, let's see, forget what the integer is, but the item stack. It tells us the item stacks that weren't available. So we have a map integer item stack drop. So if we get the return value of add item, it'll actually tell us the items that weren't available or weren't able to be put into the chest, in which case we drop those for now. So we do our chest location, drop, yeah, drop item naturally, and I'm going to do chest location and our item stack. Okay, so in the cases that we can't fit everything into a chest, we're going to drop the rest for now. Yeah, it's not ideal, but that's the way we're gonna have to do it. And we try it one more time. I'm thinking I would add some logging to this, but I'm pretty sure it's actually a chest, not a block state. Let's find out. Boop. Spawn. All right, you. I can still take stuff out of it. It's not a good sign. Yeah, no, that's not a good sign. All right. See what we're missing. Something screwed. I'm not sure what. So let's find out. This is what logging is for. Okay. Yeah, let's just add some logging here. Move event. Interact. And how much time do we have left? 2 hours and 36 minutes. Can we finish this? Maybe? Get inventory. Okay, one more time. Adding a bunch of logging. See what went wrong. Oh, I wonder if it's the pitch and yaw. I'm pretty sure it's the pitch and yaw. I'm pretty sure the pitch and yaw are different, so the hash code is different. Yeah, looks like it actually has a pitch and yaw, the initial chest, which is not good. That's not what we want, actually. We're gonna have to do like a get block location. Oh. Oh. Oh, wait. I'm like, oh, why didn't that work? It's because I... Yeah. It's because I destroyed the chest. Speaking of which, if you destroy the chest, we're gonna have to get an event for that. The events aren't being fired, period. Why is that? Who knows? Why are the events not being caught? Human entity and contents of an inventory. Okay, that should be fine. I'm not sure. That's very unusual. But we will find out. So first of all, we do have to fix the... So we're gonna have to... dot block location. So 2 block location should give us a clone, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yep. Clone. So then we don't need a clone there. We do need a clone here. That's fine. Alright. And now we gotta figure out why that firing. Why is my filter not firing? And same here. Okay. Let's try recompiling just to make sure that I'm not crazy and that this isn't working the way it should be. Okay, so if we just put a chest down, we should see the... Okay, interesting. I wonder if I have to restart the server. Let's try that. In theory, I shouldn't have to, but never. And this is why we tell people not to use like Plugman or whatever. Yes, I know. Okay. Let's take a look and see if maybe the plugin management was the issue. It was not. That's unusual. Inventory interactive and inventory move item. Under inventory. Events, item events. Events. Drag. Click event. I wonder. Although in theory, move item event should also be working, but hey. I don't judge, I guess. Alright. Let's see if I fucked up my event framework. It's like, I discovered a bug in my own event framework. This is going to be a lot longer than I... Nope. Nope. Not dealing with it now. Alright. Let's try again. Yep, okay. So I actually have a bug in my event handling system. That's a project for another day. For today, we're going to just deal with the event issues. And handle click and drag separately. Additionally, we're gonna have to do like a click. Yeah, we're gonna have to do click for going to inventory and coming from inventory. That makes sense. So click and drag. And if the inventory holder... Cheese, says Oscar. Hello. So get inventory and get clicked inventory. Instead of chest. Again, there's some efficient ways to do this that we could do, but I would just rather not. Get clicked inventory. Clicked inventory. Reduce no to exception by instance of chest. Clicked inventory nullable, it is nullable. There. Inventory slots. Slots, okay. So that should be fine. Hello? Okay, returns false for nulls. Yeah, I figured as much. Oh, nullable get holder. Let's see. And there. Better? Happy? Alright, so now we have our is chest detection. Can't believe there's a bug in my event framework. I thought I tested that too. Apparently not. Alright. One more time. Now we have a chest. And we have our death chest specifically. Alright, so we have our chest added at that world location. I don't know why the pitch and yaw is... That's not good, because that's just gonna not cancel then. Because... 2-block location. God, fine. Chest, location, set, pitch. Set, yaw. So it's not gonna work, but at the very least we can make sure that our... Okay. Excellent. Yep. And now we repackage our plugin. Two-block location. That should not be giving me a pitch and yaw. XYZ. Oh, it's because it's a clone. Oh, right. Not setting pitch and yaw, but it's keeping it from the clone. Gotcha. Alright, well, we set it now. So now it should be working. So if I just /kill, should see our chest. Excellent. Excellent. And I cannot move it. It's interesting. Not sure why it's not coming up with our debug, but it is canceling it correctly, so that's good. And if I just put a chest down somewhere and put stuff in it, it shouldn't be canceling that. It is canceling that. Am I? It's canceling the open? I am confused. It's not even giving me any output anymore. Working flawlessly. Let's try... Okay. I don't know what happened. Testing click event, added that chest at. Huh. Okay. Why did that lag? Is that bad shit? Let's just try that again. Okay. So I killed myself. Add death chest, okay. Good. That should be fine. I don't know why it would lag. Very strange. Right. Oh, maybe it was the plugin reload. Somehow that caused some issues. Okay. Now we're actually seeing the... Alright, so we got everything. It looks like it's good. Let's try just putting something into it. Yep, looks good. Alright, so now we actually have to kill it to get our chest back. But if we kill it, the problem is it doesn't erase the chest from... So any chest that appears there is going to be a death chest now. That's not good. That's a problem. So now we had a new event, yet another event. And bucket events, .subscribe, plugin, inventory. Oh, not inventory, no. We're done with inventory events. Now what we want is block destroy event. Burn, cook, break. And we're not going to ignore canceled on this one, because we need to make sure that every block, no matter how... Oh wait, no, we are going to ignore cancel. Because if it's canceled, then it's canceled, right? Oh, I guess it's not cancelable. Go figure. Okay. Oh wait, no. It's a handler. Filter. I was like, I thought that was cancelable. Filters ignore canceled. Yeah. And we'll do a handler. And we're just gonna make this super simple. Collection provider dot chest locations remove dot get block location. Easy enough. Week events. Block burn event. I think chests can burn. Minecraft chest burn. Can chest burn. Chest can be using lava, can create fire now. But the chests do not actually catch fire and cannot be burned. Okay. So the only way to kill a chest is to destroy it, I believe. Is to break it. Unless a plugin sets a block. Can I check that? Block state. Base fade, dispense damage, cook, change delegate. Vent. Throw ignite. Yeah, destroy. Block destroy event. Okay, we're gonna have to check that out. Okay, what's a block destroy event? Fire anytime a server intends to destroy a block through triggering some reason. This does not fire anytime a block is set to air, but only with more direct, such as physics updates, pistons, entities, changing blocks, command set to destroy. Game playing a sound effect, the block in question, something described as intended to destroy what is there. Events such as leaves decaying, pistons retracting, does not fire this event. Yeah, I was gonna say, actually, thinking about it, piston moving these blocks would also be bad. We'd have to piston. I'll have to add a to-do. Pistons? Question mark? I believe a piston can move a chest. So that would cause an issue because we're saving location of the chest. So if a piston moves the chest and it's in a new location, then that's kind of a problem. So we can make it so these particular chests can't be moved. So we'll look at buckets. Cancel piston event, block piston extend events. So maybe we can just do block piston extend event. And probably a block piston retract event too. Because pulling it with a slime block would also be bad. So ignore canceled, E. Get blocks. Yep, okay. So we're gonna have to E set canceled. True. Filter. Basically, we're trying to protect these blocks from moving, because moving would cause us problems. I could so make it so that way moving would update the positions, but that's a lot of work because we're gonna have to store these in files somewhere, and we only have 2 hours to do it. So yeah. E set canceled. Set canceled. What am I doing? E get blocks for block. E blocks. If collection provider just locations contains true, return false. Okay. So that should prevent extending and then retracting as well. Extend, retract events, same thing. Good enough. That'll prevent pistons from pushing this or pulling it. And so now we have chests that are protected from pretty much everything, which is good. That's what we want. I'm a little concerned about the destroy event, but I think break event should handle it fine. Alright, so now we have chests that take most of your inventory, hopefully all of your inventory, but at least most of your inventory on death. And I'm concerned about double chests. I mean, in theory, we can make a double chest if we need to. Yeah, we'll do a 2-2 for now. Because we really don't want to drop items. That's kind of like not the point of the plugin. So we'll do a double chest if we need to, but yeah. So now we have protected chest. Now we need to make sure that the player that dropped the chest is the only player that can break it until a certain time limit. That's the trick, huh? Alright, we'll test it one more time. Make sure that works. And then I'm going to take a quick break and eat some food. I need food. And I have food sitting in front of me. Alright, dial it one more time. Just paste it into the plugin folder here. Easy enough. I'm pretty sure... I'm fairly certain that so I do have lag issues whenever I use the damn... Okay. The plugin reloader thing, so it should be fine, I think. I can't see any reason that this would be slow. Yep, looks good. Just kill it. Now if we place a chest there. Yeah, cool. Looks good. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and just take a quick break and eat some food. I really need to set up my my Stream Deck for the new stuff.
All right, let's bring that beat back.
Okay. All right. We're back. Where are you? There you are. Excuse me. I had food. Alright. I've done a little thinking while I was eating, but the timer was still going, so I count it. Yeah, I had actually continued the timer through my food break there. But I did a little thinking, and I think the next thing I want to tackle is the persistence, because that's the most important thing. I mean, the fact that only the player can break it for a certain amount of time is fine, but we need persistence, because if we don't have persistence, then that's a problem. The death chests become breakable by other people and all sorts of other things. We need to be able to save the location to a file. And although I hate using a file for this, it's probably the best way to do it. Now the question is, one file or multiple files? So if we do one file, we can store all these locations in a single file. But if that file becomes corrupted, then every single location is done. But if we do multiple files, the problem with that is that you have to deal with multiple files. Multiple files is hard, because then you'd have to create and delete files. It's doable. It's doable. It's just, do we want to make sure we can't corrupt the file? Or do we want to make sure that, you know, do we want this to be simpler? Simple is good. Shit. I should have thought about this a bit more. Simple is good, because simple gets us under the 2-hour mark. But the temptation to make this multiple files is very strong. I think one file for now, and if we have time, multiple files. That's going to be a massive file, though. On larger servers, or servers with a lot of death, which sucks. But 2 hours. All right, so we're going to. For those of us just joining, we have now a death chest plugin that does work. So if it doesn't matter where I'm dying, I'm just kind of choosing this particular spot because this was an example from earlier. But if we kill, then you'll notice that our entire inventory is gone, which is pretty standard. And if we look at the chest, all of our stuff is in the chest. We can't take anything out of it. We can't put anything into it. But if we break it, everything pops out. And if we put another chest in that location, I forgot exactly where it was, but let's just say here. See that we can put stuff into it, or here, put stuff into it. One of those two locations was the correct one. So that's good. We got everything basically working. There's a few features and things that we can add, like automatically putting armor on, things like that, but simple is better. We don't know what we don't know, and with very simple result, we know what to do next. Exactly. So I'm thinking we keep it simple, like very, very simple, because we only have 2 hours left to do this. So we're going to create a new file handler. Just package utils. We're gonna make a new location util, maybe? No, a chest file util. Yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory. Chest file util. Make a private constructor. So the reason I'm making a private constructor is because we never actually want to instantiate this class. There will never be a time where we want to go, oh yeah, I want a new file chest util. That'll never happen because it's a purely static class. I'm purely going to have static methods in here, which means that instead I'm going to do file chest util, whatever dot x, right? That's the idea. Chest file util, sorry. So public static void. We're gonna do save location. Oh god, it's gonna. One of my main problems with using a giant file like this is that basically we're gonna put everything into YAML, and what's gonna end up happening is it's gonna take forever to load if you have like a bunch of like. This is not a good way to do this, but it's the way we're doing it because we only have like 2 hours to do it. So that's what we're doing. Simple is good. Location. Static location set location set location load locations, and we're gonna make this file. We're gonna give this file the ability to do multiple things. So like loading locations and then also loading players for those locations, because we need to eventually, hopefully, the idea here is that we can store the players, the time limits left for the players and then the location. So the location of the chests is the most important part. And then the players associated with those particular chests, whichever ones. And then the time limit or the time left. No, not the time left. Never, not the time left, because we don't want to keep updating that. The time until the chest is a free-for-all. So we'll have multiple things in there, but for now we're just going to do locations. Oh, and also our collection provider needs a not null. All of our locations are non-null, so we're just gonna note that. Plug in here. Same here. I'm gonna return a not null set of not null locations, if that makes sense. Hey, how's it going, Help? Yeah, I'm back to streaming again a little bit. Okay, fair warning. In a couple of weeks, I start my new job, and it's going to take a lot out of me. So I'm currently, my plan is to do Saturday morning streams, but I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know with my new job, and I don't know that either. So I'm hoping that the plan is to do Saturday morning streams. I'm going to try to stick to that. If I don't, I'm sorry. Blame the new job, but hopefully that works out. So we're gonna, in our save location, so basically we're gonna end up doing YAML. How's the desk you showed in Syscraft coming along? Desk, which desk? That desk? That's my makerspace, it's my toys. Then them's all my toys. I actually bought some more toys, some new toys that you can actually see back there. Yeah, I have a bench power supply and helping hands, a microscope that I can plug into USB to get a video feed for you guys. That's coming up. Yeah. So far, so good. So yeah, in our save location, we're gonna be using Configurate, Sponge Configurate, which again is made by Sponge, but actually works really well in Bukkit. So, and it's like my favorite thing ever because it's super nice. 2359 bad boy GMT. Oof. GMT is fun. Yeah, it's very fancy. I got a bunch of toys. I will be showing them off in later streams, but this stream for now is just basically just code. It's Minecraft code specifically, but Also, yes, I do have a new Discord. A new Discord? I have a Discord, and it's in the well, it's over there for one in the top right, but it's also in the description and also in the chat if you want to join it. Come chat. It's fun. All right, so in our save location, basically we need to the problem is we don't know if the file is created or not, so we're gonna have to create the file if it's not already created. Make sense? Makes sense, right? Makes sense. And also, I can't quite remember how I use configure8 anymore because I just kind of copy and paste it all the time. So I'm just gonna copy and paste it again because yeah. Config file util, and we're going to get config simple. All right, so this is kind of how I do my configuration in my plugins. Very relatively easy. This actually uses this allows me to create a config.yml file and have comments in it and then put it onto the disk if it doesn't already exist, but I don't need to do that with this one because I'm not creating a config.yml, I'm creating a storage.yml. No shame in copy paste programming. Hey, it's Ariane. Honestly, fuck it, right? So yeah, we're gonna be using configure8 because I like configure8. It's very nice. So we're just gonna copy all these, and all of this does, all of this code here, all it does is just, oh yeah, throws IO exception. We'll catch that later at some point. Literally all this does is just make sure that the file that I'm pointing to, the file that I'm loading, is actually a file and actually exists. That's it. That's it. And so we're gonna do private static file. We're gonna call it, I don't know, database. God, this is terrible. Again, I do not recommend using YAML as like a database, but we only have 2 hours, less than 2 hours now to finish this, so this is what we're doing. But I do not recommend this. Please don't do this. All right, so, oh, we need the directory. Fuck. Okay. That not null file on disk. There we go. And that is for localization. We're just gonna I'm not adding localization to this. It's way overkill. Could not create. There. All right, so got that. So now basically at this point in the method, we know for sure that we do definitely have a file, like not a directory named as a file, but a file in the correct directory. Well, either we have a file or we don't, but at the very least we have the correct directory structure that we need. And that if we do have a file, the file is actually a file and not a directory. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Either way, configure8's going to handle actually creating a file for us, so it doesn't matter. Boop, there we go. At least I think it will. Pretty sure it will. Like, fairly certain it creates the file for you. And we're going to give it a new header. There we go. It's a very simple header. It's basically a comment that goes at the top of the file. It just says, please don't touch us. Please. Please no touchy. Yep. What are you having issues with? Oh, it's not return. And so this is actually returning something, right? Comment configuration node, that's right. Okay. So we're gonna name this config. And so, yes. So basically we're getting the most recent configuration every time. This would be better to be reloaded, but you know, fuck it. I'm debating on like loading the configuration and then saving to that configuration. Or loading the configuration somewhere else and then saving to that config by passing in the configuration. I'm pretty sure... God, it would just be slightly more efficient to do that this way, wouldn't it? Damn it. So I say slightly, it would actually be much more efficient. At least it would be able to handle the reads and writes a little bit better. Static commented configuration node. Get config. From the file. So now we move all this to here and we return throw exception here instead of there. Get config, load config. Which means that we're going to be, instead of using a file on disk, we're going to be using a commented configuration node. And so basically we're just passing in a commented config node to both of these. And so we're loading the configuration, saving locations, and loading or getting locations from the config. That makes more sense to me, honestly. And I don't believe these throw IO exception anymore. Probably do not. Probably. Alright, so now we actually have a real config that we can use. Need to save this somewhere, so we're gonna put it in the collection provider. Yep. Private static final. Commented configuration node config. Just wondering what the best way of going about this is, because that's final. We're gonna use a reference. That's how we're gonna do this. Sure. This is definitely gonna work super well. I'm not sure how I'm gonna... yeah, we're gonna... I've never used atomic references before. This may not work out the way I think it's going to work out, but we're gonna try it anyway. I want to say optional. No, atomic reference is going to be thread safe, although we shouldn't need multiple threads. Might be best. Maybe loading the configuration could be on a completable feature or something. I'll figure it out. Get config. Okay. Just kind of a place to store the configuration. Like, yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we got. All right, so in that case, we go back to our death chest plugin. It's a very simple death chest plugin. And we on enable we load up our new config. So collection provider dot get config dot set. Oh boy. Uh-huh. Sets of specified by set release. Stores are not rendered be ordered after the cycles. I probably want to forcibly set a new set opaque. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. I've never used an atomic reference before. It seems pretty. I mean, I've used atomic longs, atomic booleans, like I've used those, but never an atomic reference. So this is new to me. I'm just going to chest file. I'm just going to do this. This makes sense to me. Directory, folder, data folder. So new file. So the data folder is like the death chests folder that's going to create. And we're going to name it database.yml because it's a database and it's a YML file. That's why. That's it. That's why. Okay, so we're going to try catch a IO exception. And hope that we don't have to throw one. Class. An exception. I think that's good, right? Get class, get message. Class. Let's find out. Trying to remember how I set up my loggers to throw exceptions. Get class, get name. That's right. Because it'll just give me a class reference otherwise. That's not what I want. There we go. Okay, easy enough. And so that's loaded the config now. And saving. Yes, that should be. All right, so now we have our database.yml file, and now we can save our locations to the config file, which is literally just going to be config.node locations sets list class string class. And is this gonna create a for me? Don't think so. What was it? Blanket bucket object output stream, that's right. Yes. Okay, so bucket object output. So try. We're gonna give that an actual stream second here. I have to get a fake stream. We're gonna do a byte array stream. Bytes. This does throw an IO exception, okay. location, maybe? Nope. I guess it's just right object location. And then we're going to take the bytes and put them into a bytes out flush. Bytes dot 2-byte array. I don't think I need flush there. I think 2-byte array gives me a flushed. Maybe not. Alright, 2-byte array. And we're gonna new string. This is the simplest way to do this, honestly. Oh, and also, am I using Java 11? Should be using Java 11. Project, Redo, yep, SDK default. Standard carry set UTF-8. Cannot remember if bucket object habit stream uses UTF-8, but we will find out. Yep. And literally just because we need to get locations. Because obviously YAML has no concept of sets, it's just lists. So we're going to need to get the locations. So get locations config set. Go. Oh, right. Okay, guess we're getting the locations raw. And we're using a list, not a set. Equals config node locations. I probably want to set new because I don't want to duplicate stuff accidentally. So do a set add fact. Don't even need that variable. Just do it this way. That works for me. Locations dot list class string class default new list. And back to the array list after the set. I feel like these new calls are, I'm going to want to just use a list instead of a set here. And just use a contains. It's a little simpler. Go. Perfect. Efficient conversion. Sure. Bytes.toString, that works. Thanks, IntelliJ. Very helpful. Didn't realize that there was a toString method on the bytes. Might be a Java 11 thing. Alright, so we've got our save location now, which is good. That's what we want. We got our get locations. Yes, because we want to load in our locations from the config. So save our config. Commented configuration of config. So speaking of, I'm going to there. Happy? There. We're going to want to load in all of our yeah, it's going to throw an exception as well, because we're going to use the bucket object output stream or input stream, which probably throws an IO exception. Alright, well, you know, it's probably the best I can do for now. And since we've only got an hour and 30 minutes left, it's probably time to get this moving. Yes, so set no location, no, not logger. Location. Equals, oops, equals just file util locations config. Right. What are you? Oh, JavaX. Damn it, it's the wrong location again. Not you location, the other location, the bucket one. That one actually makes sense. Alright, finally we for location and locations. Collection provider, get chest locations at the location here. Perfect. So now we've loaded in like all the locations that we need for all the chests, but we still gotta translate the raw strings into actual location data. Easy enough-ish. So node locations list s string s array list. Set new hash set to return value. All right, now we go through each location for string and we try bucket object input stream how do we put stream object cell object output stream. I mean, I could just do XYZ, right? Because they're just, I mean, an object output stream and object input stream might be a little bit too much. I could just do XYZ. Does that make more sense? I think that makes more sense. Shit, it does make more sense. Does it make more sense? Got a moment. Because it would be a list of objects. I don't think I've ever done a list of objects before. Oh no, I have. I definitely have. Yeah, I definitely have. It's basically I'm using a lot of data to say a little thing. Basically all I need is X, Y, and Z, and I'm using a lot of data to say X, Y, Z. So I could just int X, int Y, int Z, right? Shit. Okay. In fact, I could even combine that all into a long. Oh no. So that's what paper does. It actually combines it into what the fuck did I just Google? Can't remember how paper does it. Should be on wiki.vg, I think, but basically putting X, Y, and Z coordinates into a long. Just kind of shoving it all into a long and then taking it back out again. Oh hi, it's an evident. How's it going? Oh yeah, it's Charles Delante Jr. How's it going, man? Okay, input stream, object. So I need an input stream essentially. So is there a string input stream? It's, boy. Now you know how often I do any of this stuff. String to input stream. Byte array input stream, I guess. Sure. Alright, fine. Fine. So byte stream. Byte array input stream to. Oh wait, no. Hang on a minute. It's not quite how it's gonna work. Not better. Not bad. We're down to an hour and 26 minutes, hour and 25 minutes, and I'm still trying to save and load locations to disk. That's hard. I was thinking originally a bucket object input stream and bucket object output stream, but I think it's more complicated than I really want to do. I think honestly I'm just gonna want to do want to take the location X, Y, and Z and just shove them into an object. So the way to do that is with more YAML. More YAML. Goody, more YAML. Just trying to think of a decent way of. It's gonna be. So we look at config node locations.get list. I'm wondering, does it serialize objects really well? I don't know. I assume it does. I don't think I've ever done a list of objects with configurate before. I guess we'll find out and see how well it works. Hopefully it works well, because if it doesn't, then I'm really screwed. So we're going to make private static file Class. Yes. Name it location, serialized location. Implements serializable. And so we have an X, Y, and Z location, basically. That's all we need. Give it a location to come from. Give it a location to go to. Oh, and a world. I need a world. Fuck. World name probably is best. Private. File string. I mean, we can just do world integer. So basically, the world number. That would break if you changed worlds, or if you change like the world layout. I guess the world name is safer, but it costs more in terms of disk space. Yeah, fine. Give world and not null. Give X, Y, and Z -1, and then with the location, actually give it a real location. So world. Forgot that's final. Symbols, location, block X, block Y. C, easy enough. And then to location, not null. Turn new location, world, buckets, world. X, Y, and Z. That name. And now we generate some getters. Easy enough. And then hash code, toString as well. Trying not to break contracts along the way here. Yeah. String. Perfect. Okay. String locations. I'm wondering if I can just do serialized locations. That would make more sense, huh? We'll find out. I don't know if it does serialized or not, but we will find out. Which means we can skip this. And if serialized location if locations contains not and also save it here. And it's a little bit better. Still throws an IO exception. It's fine, I guess, whatever. Alright, finally get locations. So now we've got, hopefully, serialized locations. We'll find out again. May not work out the way I'm thinking it will, but we will see. Add. Alright. Easy enough. Probably. Find out. So it should save and load the locations of the chests. Let's find out. An hour and 18 minutes left. Yeah. It's going super well. Please work with serializable stuff. Please work. Oh. No applicable serializer for type. Okay. So now we look up the error. Can we create a new object mapping is the real question. Or does it have? Hang on. Do I need to actually use like a serializable location? Does it have an object mapping for locations already? Let's find out. There we go. And let's just search a location, see if it JSON location. Yeah, take a look at that for a second, because it looks like it's relevant to what I'm doing. Location. Okay, out of curiosity. Oh yeah, it does use checker framework. I don't know why it includes it though. It's very strange. Configuration loaders file stream. Oh, configuration node. It's not quite what I'm looking for. Object mapping. That's what I'm looking for. Field discover, object mapper, meta, string, setting. String. Data definition, config serializable. Given type is capable of being serialized and deserialized by an object mapper. Oh. Config serializable. Okay. So I need to implement config serializable for this, I think. Which is weird because you would think serializable would be whatever. Oh, hang on. That's an annotation. Times annotation must be substantiated by the object mapper. By default, zero argument constructors and records. This may be extended, customized object mapper factory. Okay. Okay, so object mapper factory. See if there's any examples out of curiosity that they have here for custom And by examples, I mean tests, unit tests for like custom serialized things. Attributing. God. Examples? Oh yeah, examples. Choose patterns. I'll code within the switcher. Yeah. Object mapper example, right? Transformations. Ah. Oh, interesting. Alright, example of an object mapper for simple configuration that is read to, and written from. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, so my configuration config serializable. Transient. Won't be written to the file, it's fine. I want everything written to the file. Available. Item name. I think I'm gonna need to not have finals here. I think the idea here is kind of similar to fast JSON, flex JSON. Similar to flex JSON too, honestly. Just the idea that that you're gonna need a getter and setter for everything. So. Generate setters. Oi. You might not know. So get world, set world, get X, set XYZ. Literally just boop. Okay. Item name, filter sections, decorated. Filter. Multiply. Section. Okay, so it's literally just like, hey, name ID. So I'm wondering if get and set are gonna screw me here, but we will find out. We'll find out. I mean, it implements serializable. I think that would be enough, but maybe not. All right, let's see. That seems to have loaded. There's a death chest directory, which is good. So now let's create a death chest by dying, basically. All right. So it looks like it did add a death chest, which is good. Did it? I'm not seeing the file. It's not a good sign. It's not a good sign at all. Oh, right. I don't actually save it to the file yet. No, I don't. I'm like, why am I not seeing a file? Oh, yeah, because I never saved it to the file. Also, I have some debugging to get rid of. Okay, we'll try that again. This time, let's actually use the events here. And also testing. Just... Okay, chest. Yeah, I've got to actually save the damn I'm like, I have the methods. Why isn't it being? Oh yeah, because I never actually use the methods. Duh. Yeah, save location. I'm also gonna need a delete location. Or remove location. Serialized location. Okay. Boolean, yeah. Then we save it. If it was able to be removed. Simple enough. Okay. Yeah, inventory player death. Okay, so when we create the chest location tab. So now we chest file util save location, chest location, and collection provider get config get. And I will throw an IO exception, that's right. Will it? Yes, it will. And chest location there. And we remove the chest once it's destroyed. Block break. The actual exception in the area here. That would have been bad. There we go. Perfect. Alright, now we recompile. Why is it not working? It's because you're not calling the code. Made a method, just not calling it. Anyway. Let's test this out. It should work. Oh. Alright, loaded. Alright, we'll try this one more time. Let's kind of kill ourselves over here. Okay. So, pardon the, oh, that's also not a good sign. Is there a config.save that I'm missing? Wait a second. Is there a config.save that I'm missing? Maybe I'm a moron. Maybe it's Mabel. Look at my configuration version util. Yep. I'm an idiot. I completely forgot to save the damn thing. Okay. Well, good job. So, we need the loader then, huh? Yeah, we do need the loader. How did I get the loader over here? That's because I conformed the version inside the... Yeah, that's right. Burp. simple fix. Ish. That also an exception? Okay. Okay. Go back to our collection provider. Here's our config. Here's our config loader. Simple as that. So now we go back to our death chest. Config loader. Config. Right? Should work. It's fine. Yeah. It's a little ugly. Yes, but whatever. Okay. Now, save location, config, and loader. So again, here we save the actual config. There we go. Hopefully this works. We're getting there. Also, function provider. Oops. Yeah. How do you accumulate and get a random object? I've really got to look into this stuff. Makes no sense to me. Okay. Once more into the breach. Oh, let's get my stuff back. All right. Now I've killed myself. We should see, hey, a database.yaml. Let's see what's in it. Database for chests, please no touchy. Locations, world, XYZ. Looking good so far. Let's make another death chest. Let's make it over here. And put some items in it. It doesn't matter because the death chest items aren't actually stored in the config, which is good. We don't actually want that because they exist in the world. As long as they exist in the world, that's fine. All right. Excellent. Looking good. Now if we delete one of these, let's see what happens. Not bad. All right. So in theory, if I reload the plugin, trying to remember how. Ah, got it. All right. So in theory, this should be, yep, perfect. Even though we reloaded it, it loaded back the configuration from disk. Very smooth. And that only took us 3 hours. So I got 1 hour to basically add a bunch of polish. I say polish, what I really mean is the other features that we said that we were going to do, which is a time limit essentially. So saving the owner of the death chest and then giving them a time limit too. So only the owner of the death chest can open the death chest until a certain amount of time has passed, and then anyone can open it. And by open, I mean break. So we're going to have to basically cancel a block break event and store a time. Yeah, a long time in long form. And a player UUID. That would make more sense. UUID. Cool. So, I'm trying to think of a way to hook a player and a death chest. I think the way we do this is we give the death chest a UUID. Right? Does that make sense? Okay, so basically we need to hook a player into a location without just giving the... Wait, why don't we just put the player in the location? That makes more sense, doesn't it? So if I do like a... go back to the chest file util, right? In locations, I can just add the player and the time in that location. Which means that I need to add, so not null, player, UID, player ID, long expire time.
Don't be afraid to borrow.
Yeah, okay.
Chord progression. Sounds.
I like the idea of using multiple lists here.
Just
Like it feels a bit better than just a file with a giant list of locations. At the same time, it makes more sense, both in an object-oriented perspective and also just in general to just store the player name and the expire time along with the location. So I think we're going to do that. Yeah, I feel a little bit, I mean, ultimately, again, this is
that's one of the reasons
a flat file. This is a database stored in a YAML file, which is not something you want to do, but we're doing it because we only have an hour left to finish this. So I do not recommend doing this way, but that's how it's going. So we're gonna do nano private UID player ID.
when I used to, because I thought it was not original, not creative. But I quickly found out that I am not original or creative. I can't make up a new thing.
Empty.
And I very much doubt, anyways, that any people that I listen to were the first ones to think of a particular progression. So once you get over that, sounding good is easy.
So world just player ID equals player ID. And then finally the expire time.
And just
So
do a little changey thing and pretend
private
like it's yours.
long
No one will know.
expire time. Which also means that we need to get rid of these and get rid of the to location because it's going to be a get location. It's going to be serialized location data, not serialized location.
Is it?
Obviously, chords and melodies, there's only so many different things you can do.
Yeah, you don't want to push it. Don't be blatant about it. Be subtle. Like a sneaky thief.
Which also means it makes more sense to do this, sadly. I hate the tight coupling, but
Like leave 'em, like a little
what's the issue with storing it in YAML? As of right now, when I make my plugin, it'll be stored in YAML. I can look at it .db or MySQL, but I'm smooth brain. No worries. So the main issue with YAML is that you're gonna have to load the data somehow, right? Or there's a bunch of issues, okay, but one of the main ones is that you're gonna have to load the data somehow, and in order to do that with YAML, you have to read the entire file all at the same time.
If you listen enough,
So if you're using this on a larger server with a lot of players, this file is going to get massive, and massive files like this can take several minutes to load. I'm not joking. I had a plugin on Performium when I was running Performium that loaded chunks, chunk data, to kind of like keep, in order to keep file sizes down or world sizes down. We basically deleted chunks that weren't used anymore, that haven't been seen in like the last month, and we had to keep track of that somehow. So there was a plugin that already existed that stored all that data in databases. So it stored the last access time in databases essentially, and deleted chunks that didn't need it. After about 20 days, that plugin alone took about 4 to 5 minutes to load on startup, because it stored everything in one giant YAML file. And the YAML file was like several hundred megabytes. YAML is very slow, so if you load data from it, you expect it to take a long time. YAML is not a database. It was never designed to be a database. Using it as a database is a bad idea for multiple reasons, but that's one of the bigger ones. Another huge reason is compression. It's really not very good at compressing data, or it's meant to be human readable, so compression is not a priority. In fact, compression would be really bad if it were trying to be human readable. So that's another main issue with it, is that even a small amount of data is going to get really big really quickly. There's a bunch of problems with it, but that's like the main one, is that it's, even after a couple hundred megabytes, it's going to take minutes to load. Your entire server is just going to pause while it loads data for several minutes. It's not good. That's not what a database is supposed to do. So in this, we're going to remove the location. Yes. Or. Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so hypothetically, I have a plugin that stores information based on a player. Could individual player files fix that issue with it, so it's reading multiple, much smaller files? Yes, it can. But then you run into the issue of file corruption, data consistency, which databases protect against. File corruption, data consistency, and massive amount of files. After a couple thousand players, you're going to run out of Unix file descriptors on a Linux file system if you're loading all that data. Although generally loading one at a time is fine, but if you're loading all that data, especially at once, you're going to run out of Unix file descriptors if you keep those files loaded, which you should. But again, YAML is for configurations. It's not meant to be a database. It was never designed to be a database. You shouldn't be using it as a database. It can be a database, but it really wasn't designed to be. Use an actual database. And so our equals and hash code is going to be slightly different here, because I need a serialized location that actually takes just a location, because I want to delete locations, but I want to ignore the fact that expiry time and players exist. So if we remove a block, we're removing from the location, we don't care about expire time or players. So our equals and hash code are actually going to ignore players and expire time, because the location is the thing that matters anyway. you can't have multiple death chests in one location. It's just not possible with this plugin. So if we save our location, player ID, and expire time. Uh-oh. Go. And so contains is actually going to, surprisingly enough, okay, the way that contains works in both hash maps, hash sets, and lists is it actually uses the equals and hashcode methods. So because we're setting our equals and hashcodes methods in this at some point here to only account for the location, we're actually, this will be fine. This contains method will actually be fine. It's not going to take into account the player ID or the expire time because we're going to tell it not to. Charles says, honestly, I'm not worried about corruption completely. Just a plugin that stores a token amount of for a player. So you purchase a token from a store and it's logged somewhere in a YAML file. Use a logging system for logs, and logging systems usually use databases. So you use a database. Like, again, the main problem, like there's several problems with it, but really the problem with using YAML as a database is that it was never designed to be a database. You can abuse it to become a database, but it wasn't designed for it. So if you can avoid using it as a database, then do so, because being a database wasn't in the design aspect, the design decisions that went into creating YAML. So it's not efficient, it's not effective, it's not good, it's not remotely anywhere competent or anywhere it needs to be to be a database that actually does database things. It's just not designed for it. Please try not to use it as a database. Again, I'm doing it here because I have to, because we have 45 minutes left. But try not to if you can. It wasn't designed for it. Use an actual database as a database. Actually, you know what? I can just use the existing get methods for these. So generate some getters and setters. Not for you, for you too. Oops. Okay. So now we have a get location method, which translates that to a location. And we're going to do an equals and hash code. And again, we're specifically ignoring player IDs and expire time. We do not want player IDs and expire time, because we want to make sure that if we have an equals here, that it only takes into account the location. By equals, I mean a remove and a contains. Those use the equals and hash code methods. These here. So these should only take into account the X, Y, and Z in world, so the location data. The toString method matters less. We're actually just going to have everything in the toString method because that's for logging in case we need it. Okay. So we have loaded data, locations. And so we're going to collection provider dot get chest locations dot add get location. And so far it's going to be as simple as that. We're only loading... Yeah, we're only loading... Huh. You know what? You can actually take the serialized location data and make it into an actual, like, thing. Does this make sense? I'm gonna call it chest data, but I'll show you what I mean in a second. Boop. Literally just gonna... call it chest data, and... so you, or you... you... chest data. Just like that. Here, here, and here as well. It's a really inefficient way to copy a class, but it doesn't matter. We're going to serializable and config serializable. There we go. So now we have all the data that we need for chest data, which is fine. Because we're literally just going to... oh, yeah. Okay, I guess YouTube or Restream doesn't like my last message. I know nothing about databases. Learning how to do that and learning how to integrate Vault is going to be a pain in the arse. Yeah. Well, you don't need Vault. I hope not. I would look at eBean. eBean's a really good little database thing. It basically allows you to create databases by creating object-oriented structures. So you create a class with all the data that you want in it, and then suddenly it appears in your database. I'll show you actually, storage models. So let's say I want to store an IP or a player, right? So I store a player. Then all I have to do is create this class. So I have a player model for the database, and then I have this UUID and a Boolean, whether or not they're MC Leaks users, and that's it. I mean, I have my toString method here is set yada yada, but I mean generally like that's it. You got this, and then that gets stored in your database. eBean's super nice. You just kind of create a class, and it's like, oh, I understand how to put that in your database, no matter what database it is. It's nice. I should need vaults for prefixes, suffixes. Yikes. I'm sorry. I would avoid Vault at the moment, but LuckPerms is okay. eBean, E-B-E-N. I'll put it in chat for you. eBean. Okay, so serialized location data, I'm going to translate to chest data instead. eBean, yeah. Hey, it's I am Logic83. How's it going? Not bad. We're getting there. We've got 39 minutes, 40 minutes left. And we're at least getting to the point where everything's being saved to disk and loaded from disk. At least the locations are. So now I'm just trying the other part of my base plugin idea, which was having like players have the ability to get their own chests for a certain amount of time, and then everybody it's a free-for-all for everybody. So I have to store the player data or the player UUID along with the expire time for the chest. Skip Vault, hook directly into LP. Exactly, yes. Use LP's API. It's much better. Okay, so we've got that. So that's our chest data, basically. So this is accessible anywhere. And because of that, I can simply do chest data. And I don't need any of that. It's gonna be too long. List of data that contains the list that contains add. Go. Go. Just data. Move location. Just the location is fine because we're creating chest data based off the location only. Okay, excellent. So now we get back to our collection provider. Instead of chest locations, we get chest data. Because this is no longer a set of locations, it's a set of chest data. Which contains a location, but is not a location. Speaking of, I should probably create the location here. Yeah. Instead of creating a location every single time I call get location, I should create it and cache it. So we're gonna private transient location and make that not null. And so this dot location equals location.clone to block location, yes. So same here, just gonna do to block location. And so instead of returning a new location, just gonna return location. And we got to make sure that because it's transient, we need to make sure that we have a location value. Yeah. I'm wondering if instead of that, we just go directly to the source. No. No. Because the others may not be initialized by that point. So if location, and actually we're gonna location, if L is null, L equals new location, we'll return L. And location equals L. That's not quite true. Nullable. L's new location, bucket, world, X, Y, and Z. There we go. Basically, because it's transient, it's not going to be saved to disk, the specific location. But so we just want to make sure that if it's null, we create it. And the reason for the variable in here is because it's now thread safe. Thread safe enough. There's still race conditions where what can end up happening is that new locations get created because of different threads, but that doesn't matter because it's going to be the same location either way. I thought about live streaming my work in Adobe. Hey, do it. It's fun, isn't it? Oh yes, I also have a Discord, right up in the top right over there. And in the description and in the links in chat. Okay, so now we have chest data. Oh, I don't, why didn't I make that final? All right, so now we got our chest data. which is good. So basically we're loading and saving all sorts of data related to chests, and we can kind of, you know, make it better, more. Does that make sense? That makes sense. We can add more to the chest data if we want to, but we don't have to. We're gonna rename these just because it makes less sense now. There, something like that. Yeah, it can still be because it's technically just a location. All right, so there. So now we're saving and loading all of the locations. Save data, not save locations. Remove location, load data. So I'll have to go back to here and do some of these. So chest data. So not contains chest, but contains new chest data with the location. So we're creating a new chest data every time, but that's fine. Whatever. It contains. Basically, we can make this more efficient, but we're really running out of time. 32 minutes. So we're gonna have to deal with the inefficiencies. So new chest data here again, and here. Just gonna add, oop, and and basically just translating these locations to chest data so that way it's actually removed correctly. Because it's going to get the hash code, and the hash code of all chest data with the same locations is the same, regardless of player or expire time. Okay. Okay, so now piston retract and piston extend. Yep. The block break, inventory drag, click. So again, it can be made more efficient by using locations, raw locations, rather than new chest data every single time. But really running out of time, so I'm just gonna do it this way. So now we're gonna create chest data, but we're actually gonna, add stuff to it, like the e event dot entity dot ID and an expire time, which is system dot current time milliseconds plus a set amount. And the set amount is going to be, let's say 30 minutes to milliseconds. 28.6. Sounds good. Provided double. I get like just a raw number. Sure, good enough. Just add a comment there just to make sure that I know. And to chest data. So we'll say that's 30 minutes, we'll add the chest data there, and then say data. That looks good, I think. Yes. Okay, so now we're saving all sorts of data alongside a chest. Basically, I mean, we can save all sorts of data alongside a chest, but really we're just saving the chest location, the player UUID, and an expire time. Oops. Oh yeah, that's right. Just forgot. Just fact. If I remember correctly, I actually set this up. Chest file detail. Collection provider, get chest data, add, yeah. So all I have to do is load it. Load data. So chest locations add. That would actually be where we put the load data, I believe. Or we put it here. Config loader, yeah. So we set the configs and then, yeah, chest file util dot load data from the config. There we go. Now we'll actually be able to see all the new data that's been added as soon as I kill myself here again. There we go. We're here, and just kill ourselves. Spawn. And now we should see a bunch of data associated with the chest. That was pretty close. That wasn't... Is that gonna load? Well, let's see what the expire time is. Well, seconds to date. Saturday, April 10th, 1856-21. 1256-21. Yep, that is correct. That's absolutely perfect. Cool. So now I have an expire time and a player ID that are both correct. Which is good. At least I think the player ID is correct. Well, UUID is throwing me off a little bit, but I think it should be okay. Okay, yeah, it looks like it is loading correctly, which is nice. I think. Yep. Okay, so now we kill it, and it should be dead in the... Yep, it is dead in the database.yml as well. Excellent. So now we have all sorts of information about, like, chest belongs to and what the expire time is. So now all we have to do... just reformat the code and optimize the imports real fast. Hey, it's Dan. How's it going? Yep. Now, finally, we actually put that data to use. So go back to our chest events, and basically all we're going to do here is just kind of modify some of these events real fast to implement our new data that we just saved. Good. What about you? Yeah, I'm good. Doing okay. We got 25 minutes left, and then this plugin will be done. So, do we move on? Okay, so player death event, saving. Yeah, we're saving the chest with the player data. Move item event, we're canceling. Click event, we're canceling. Drag event, we're canceling. Piston. So we're canceling. Okay, so the break event is like the main thing that we're going to change. So what we're going to do... Yeah. I'm just trying to think, like, what's the best way of handling this? I think what I want to do is... I want to copy this because the other one's going to fire before this one. Makes sense? So bucket events go in order. They have the event priorities, but in the event that one plugin has the same priority as another plugin, it goes in the order of the plugin name. In the event that one plugin has the same priority as and the same event as the same plugin, in the event that we have this plugin here and we have two block break events handlers and two of the same priority, the first event will fire before the second one. So if the second one handles canceled events, ignores canceled events, then as long as we cancel this event, e.set canceled, this one will never fire. So we have to filter ignore canceled, and then we filter again. And we're going to filter specifically for we're basically gonna say like, is this the correct person or is the time expired? So now we have to go and get the data from the list. Now a map would have been a lot simpler. Or say simpler, it would have been simpler, it would have been a lot faster. I wonder if I can still have time to change this over to a map. So if we do map, of a location and chest data. I'm thinking map, location. Let's see if we have just enough time to add to make sure this works. Hash map. Get like the basics down, right? It's pretty usual early for a usual stream. I'm used to watching these like in the morning. It's a little bit early for a Saturday stream. I'm trying to do like earlier Saturday streams. I'm actually waking up earlier because my job requires me to. My new job that I'm going to be starting. Shit, when am I going to be starting that? My new job I'm going to be starting on the 19th. So in like a week, is going to have me up at 7 o'clock in the morning. He's going to have me at work at 7:30, so I have to be up at like, I have to be driving there by like 7, so I'm trying to wake up earlier, and so these streams might be earlier too. Like from now on, they'll probably be earlier as well. Okay, so now, so now we've got contains key, and so we don't have to use the new chest data anymore. We can just get the location. Makes it a little easier. A little easier on the CPU, making it a little friendlier. Oop. Is this a key? It is. Location again. Contains key. Just going back and undoing the stuff that we just did, but it's because sometimes I'm an idiot. Chest location, data. There's an error here. Oh, that's right. Let me just flex a bit with these. That is a bunch of points. Holy shit. Well done. All right, so we've got our chest. So we're gonna put L.location and L. Cool. Simple as that, really. That chest. Oh, cool. So that's all being added in, and so now we have locations in a map, which makes a bit more sense. So if we block data. Not log data. Chest. Oops. Data. Equals collection provider. Get chest data. Get e dot get location. Get block location. If data is null, then we don't want to cancel it. Return false. So if we don't have a block data, then obviously we're gonna not want to cancel the event. If we do have the block data, on the other hand, we need to check the expire time. So if expire time, if data dot expire time is less than system dot current time milliseconds, or if e dot get player dot ID equals the data dot player ID. Return true. Actually, we're not even gonna use an if. We're just gonna return like So now basically we're just saying like, if the expire time is less than the current time, or the breaking player's unique ID is equal to the player ID in the block, then return true, otherwise return false. In fact, we're gonna have to reverse that. Return not. Because returning true basically says cancel the event. So returning false would be the way to go there. So now we just it one more time. And then that should be the plugin at least done, the base plugin done. Now we just kind of like add stuff to it. Go ahead and reload. Looks good. All right. So, for example, one of the things I wanted to add to it was automatically putting on the diamond armor. And also, maybe a double chest. Hey, I got a bit of a question about Forge-based mods. Could you help me out here, or should I message you somewhere? Unfortunately, I don't really know Forge mods. I only really know Bukkit plugins. Forge is something I've been wanting to get into, but I just haven't been able to yet. And there we go. So we got our location of the chest. Everything seems to be working fine. Let's break the chest. Looks good. Excellent. One other thing I wanted to do was give like permissions to kill a chest. So we're gonna say if the expire time is less than the current time, or the unique ID is the player ID, or the player has the permission, let's see, deathchest.admin, right? dc.admin. So there we go. Now if you have an admin permission, then you can break the chest regardless. So now we basically got this where it's death chests that, you know, sit there, they take your inventory when you die, most of your inventory when you die. Let's see if we can fix that soon. Take your inventory when you die, and for 30 minutes, only you can break the chest. But after 30 minutes, anyone can break the chest. Or an admin can always break the chest. Not bad, huh? And it saves and loads the data persistently, so even if you restart the server, all the death chests stay persistent. So that's good. And yeah, now let's think about what we can do to prevent the dropping of items, because we can make a double chest if need be. Thinking we could just do that. Yeah, okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna make a list of item stacks that didn't make it. Okay, so these are the dropped items. These are items that would be dropped if we didn't make 2 chests. And so basically we're going to say, like, if there is dropped items in this list, then we need to make 2 chests. In which case, we don't even need to make a double chest. We can make just 2 chests. Huh, that works a little bit better. Yeah, that works a little bit better, which means we're going to need to move a lot of this code, probably all of this code, over to a new method, because I don't want to duplicate code, but yeah. So we have these dropped items. Get drops. How about chest items? Overflow items. overflow add all values. For item stack, item overflow items. Currently we're just dropping them manually, but now we actually have a list of items that we're dropping. We have a full list of all the items that we're going to be dropping. So we're going to basically just create a new chest. So private void new chest, and we're going to give it a location and a bunch of item drops, I think. It's the best way to do this. Yeah, a location and a bunch of item drops. A list of item drops. Yes. Location player UID. Not null. Player ID. And then not null list of not null item stack drops. There we go. So that should be a little bit better. Yeah. So we're basically going to copy this code. We're going to erase it up top, but we have 12 minutes. Shit. Okay. Location .2block location. Let's just do chest. We're gonna assume that it's already did. Yeah, so drop new chest. So the chest location, the player ID, so event get entity ID, and then the drops, which is event.getDrops. So we can erase all this because basically we're gonna keep calling this new chest every single time we do. So we have this chest data, player ID, and then the drops. Yeah. So we have these drops, and we're going to clear the drops. But if we have overflow items, if overflow items dot is empty, not overflow items that is empty, then we're going to call new chest with the current chest location, player ID, and our overflow items. So now it will see that there's a chest in the spot and go up one. So if there's overflow stuff, then it'll just add it to new chests. And it'll keep adding those chests to the database. In theory, there should only be 2 items. It won't be a double chest. It will actually be one chest stacked on top of another chest, but it honestly, fuck it. You know, it works better. It's easier to write. That's why we're doing it. Oh, and also I think, yeah, it's gonna add, so we're gonna have to clone here. There we go. So if we don't clone it, then we're gonna be modifying the actual location of the first chest, which is not what we want. Now if we fill up our inventory, we should see 2 chests. So let's do that. Just fill up the inventory. Okay. Gold. Sure, why not, right? Just keep going. Dispenser and some bowl. flour. Should already be more than enough, because the chest only has like the amount of slots that we have there, but I just want to see what happens if we just fill the inventory, you know? I guess if we just fill our inventory. Looks good. Alright, so now if we kill ourselves, yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see if it creates another chest on top of it. It does! Look at that. Beautiful. There's 2 chests. One there, one there. Alright, so does it create in the database though? I assume it does. Yes, it does. Excellent. And both of them have approximately the same expire time, it looks like. Pretty close anyway. And we can't pull out of either of these. Excellent. Put on armor. Where did my armor go? Am I crazy? Do I not have armor anymore? Just like shift click them into non-existence. What did I do? That's so strange. That's so strange. Okay. Sure. I only got 7 minutes left. I don't think I can do make the head appear on the head in that amount of time, unfortunately. Why does it keep raining? Fuck. So much rain. It's like every 2 minutes I have to clear rain. Fucking hell. Well, that's good. I think that's done. That's our death chest plugin. It's very simple. Very, very straightforward. And we have 6 minutes left. But I'm gonna call that done. Yes, it would be nice to have the ability to just automatically put on the armor once you pick it up. But that would require more thinking and more code than we have time for in 6 minutes, because that would require, basically what we would have to do is we would have to track what would drop from the chest. So basically once you break a chest and a bunch of things spill out of it, it would track what drops out of that chest and see if there's any armor pieces, see if you're missing armor, and potentially see exactly where the armor is in the chest, because they have a specific spots. It's like right at the end. I don't know if you noticed, but every single time it's always right at the end of the last chest. So if there's any armor pieces at the very end in a particular order, then to put them on in your slots. Maybe if you don't have armor, maybe if you already have armor, it'll replace your existing armor and put your armor in your bag or something. I don't know. But it would take longer than 5 minutes to implement that, so I think we're going to call that good. I think that is a death chest plugin. If you want the code to this for some reason, then let me know. Maybe I can put it on GitHub or something. I don't know. Right now, honestly, like it's just kind of hang out on my hard drive until it eventually dies, I think. But because I don't need it, and it's kind of dumb and simple and whatever. But if you really want it for some reason, yeah, let me know and I'll put it on GitHub. But yeah, otherwise I think that's good for today. We streamed for an entire like 4 hours. It's insane. But yeah, you guys have fun, and I've been watching my monitor and not you the entire time. I apologize. Yeah, don't have too much fun, and I'll see you hopefully next Saturday. Maybe. I hope so. Next Saturday should be, I think next Saturday is just before I start working. So yeah, should see you all next Saturday. Enjoy. Bye. Yeah, I keep forgetting I need to set up my stream deck to actually have the stream ending stuff. Bye.